Hello, guys. I am now live. Sorry about that. Forgot to thank. Meet Little Chunky here. I bought this guy. I saw this in the thrift store. I think it's kind of cute. I wanted to introduce him in the stream. So, yes, hello. Jeez, my face kind of looks shitty nowadays. My hands too. All of this actually came from my cat. I don't have it in my other arm as much. Yeah, but I used to have this really nasty cat that would just hug my arms really tight with his claws, and so I got like a lot of these things on my skin. Uh, I hated that cat though. Actually, I kind of liked him. It was a rescue cat. I found him on the streets while he was being tortured by a bunch of kids. I think it was 2017, 2016, right? I remember. And it wasn't being tortured; it was being tormented by a bunch of kids. So I found him and raised him up. But he had a tantrum, like a really terrible tantrum, and he wouldn't go near anybody else except for me. So it made it really difficult to raise him up because he was being a freaking bitch, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, I left that cat in another place because he wouldn't. He when he grew up, he came to my house less frequently. I think he found some friends. So yeah, it was unfortunate, but I think it's time for him to grow up, and so did I. I think I wanted to take him with me, but because he was so hard to find that I couldn't fit him on my schedule anymore. On taking care of his papers to fly out of the place where he used to live. So I could not take. I really wanted to take him though. Even though I hated him, he was still my cat. I didn't want to abandon him. He was still my responsibility. I think this kind of looks weird, doesn't it? It's the nose. Let me drop the nose like this. Yeah, I think that's better. Like that. And then shrink this. Like this. Okay. He's a bit better, but now his head looks weird. Let's do an anatomy check. Anatomy check. So his head should be right. Actually, it's fine. I think this just the hair is making it look terrible. He needs a little bit more hair here and less hair here. Right? So let's fix him up. Let's see if that works. So again, less hair on the back. That's about right. We'll just fix all the random craziness here later on. I just want to get the proportions right. Okay, that's looking a little bit better, and then more hair on top. So maybe around that much. Let's do an anatomy check. Maybe a bit more. Around that much. Okay, that's actually quite a lot. So let's just bridge that gap. Okay. His hair is a bit messy. Kind of like it that way. It's a bit different from what I'm used to drawing, like the straight spiky hair kind of anime-ish hairstyle. Very cliche, I think, but also I really kind of like drawing it. But this one is his hair is a bit curly, wavy, kind of sort of like my hair. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna sorry. I realized my camera is in the wrong place. Let's fix that because you're not looking at my drawing. Okay, there you go. All right, that should be it. And yeah, I think it's way better. I should have kept it before and after. Oh, I did. Look, before. I think I merged that with the sketch, didn't I? Oh no, did I merge everything with the sketch? I didn't. All right, that's fine then. So that's after and before. Yeah, looking way better, I think. I think this still needs a little bit more help here. It needs to take the hair needs to taper off downwards like that. Yeah, definitely looking better. Okay, more hair in front. So this week, by the way, I am drawing a lot of pages for my manga. I wanted to draw 5 pages. So I had these pages set up already, right? I drew them within the week. They're not finished yet, even. And then I said, okay, let's do 5 pages. I know you're only seeing four. However, the fifth one, I had to record it separately from this page, so it's on a different page. So yeah, I'm gonna skip this fifth one, and instead I'm gonna make 3 new pages because I thought of a better intro to my story. I never liked the intro. It was okay, but I never liked it. It was too grandiose, you know. I didn't want to go that big too soon, and I wanted to start simple. All right, let's where was I? I totally forgot where I was going with this. So what's happening here is this is the intro. These 2 panels over here will be filled up with recycled panels that I've already done in the past. I'm not gonna be drawing them. I'm just gonna copy paste them here, and then just that'll be it. And it's recounting the flashback on how these 2 characters met up and how she ended up being with him, journeying with him, with this kid right here. So when she was a child, she had long hair. Yeah. So I'm hoping that it's more engaging, more character centric than what I used to have. Just give me a sec, guys. I might go live on Discord too. There's a group that I'm in with there's a lot of people in it. Hi. Yeah. All right, I'm ready to draw. Okay, so let's get this thing over with. I'm just gonna the way I draw is just really jumping around. You guys know me, so this is gonna feel a bit hectic. Man, I really don't like drawing feet. The sketch kind of is distracting me right now. Get rid of that. Okay, I need to rethink how I did this. So the feet's going to bend really dramatically like this, right? And it's going to, yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Okay. And you know what? We could totally just copy paste this because we won't be able to see the details that I need to flip anyway. So it looks like it has, it doesn't look like it's to copy paste when I do that, right? Yeah, totally. I think it passes. Okay, hatching lines, just very lightly. I think you should be able to see the other feet, but I'll draw that anyway there, just to indicate that it's the other leg. Okay, I think I can do this better, like so. Later on, we'll add some more elements. That's a kimono right here, right? So yeah, there. I want to add some patterns. Is what I'm trying to say. Let's draw the baby now. So she is this backstory is that she is found randomly by this old man in the woods, and she's unconscious, and she gets raised by the old man with his grandson, this kid, who will later become Aki in my story. Tiny hands. I don't know. I'm just making that up. Okay. It looks okay. It looks terrible. Okay, how do I approach this? So this is the left feet. Actually, I don't want to overthink it. Let's just do something like this. Thumb. Such a horrible thing. Sir Quackington. Nice name, by the way. What's up, bro? It's me again. How's the manga going? First of all, I'm doing good, man. How are you? The manga is doing great. I'm doing a lot of pages this week. Probably the most pages I've done so far in terms of my output. Because okay, first of all, I used to only draw one page a week, and then I said, okay, let's do two, and now I'm doing like what is it, six? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7 pages. There's a page there that I'm not showing, but I've already done. So I'm doing 7 pages, possibly 8, by the way, by the end of the week. Which is great because I never thought I could do something like this. This feet is really bothering me. It's too big. It doesn't feel I don't know anatomically correct. But yeah, the manga's doing great, man. I'm gonna enter this into a competition. In March. Hopefully I get it polished before then. I don't really hope to win. I don't really hope to win in that competition. The real prize is the what you call it, the editor's feedback. That's what I'm really after, because the participants, even if you win, will get the feedback anyway. So yeah, it's always important to get feedback. To me, that's the real prize. That's the real goal. You made a lot of pages. Yeah, I did. This is the most pages I've done. I'm kind of worried because I don't want to lose quality. There's a point where you have to trade off quality and the number of pages you have to do every week, right? Because besides these 7 pages, possibly 8, I'm doing another, was it 4 other pages for clients. So I'm really doing, was it 11, 12, 13 pages this week? As my math is correct, right? What's that? 7? Oh, 11 pages, right? 11 pages this week. I've never done that before. And one of the reasons why I'm pushing myself is because I realize that although I've been drawing mangas for a very long time, I actually would make a very terrible mangaka, right? The video is a bit awkward. It is a bit awkward. I'll leave that up for now. I'll get back to it. Don't worry. Yeah, I would make a terrible mangaka because they make like 20 pages a week. I'm out here like celebrating 7 or 13, 11 pages, right? Um, so yeah. Well, to be fair, they have assistants and other helpers to help them out with the background, things like that, right? I think the sketch is kind of so how the feet shapes like this, right? It's the thumb. Man, I'm really terrible at feet. This feet looks okay. It's this thing that's the problem. And I think it's because it should be in an angle. Let's break the feet down, yeah? Man, I feel like this is the part that's gonna embarrass me. Because I really don't know how to draw feet. It's either going to embarrass me or you're gonna be impressed in how I'm gonna fix this problem. It's the other way around, sorry. This would be the small pinky. It's a baby's feet. It's kind of hard to imagine. I mean, I think I can draw this quite easily if it was an adult. No. Let's actually make a hierarchy like this. I think the reason why is because it's not angled like this, but it's got that. That's a little better, I think. Hi, first time here. Hey, man. Welcome to the stream. I'm not gonna try to read your name. It's so long. I'm gonna try it. Juan Rim Rian Ramdak. Okay. I'm just gonna call you Juan. Januri. Sorry, dude. My eyesight's so good. Januri Anramad. Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't know why, but I subscribed already. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Try it some reference. Yeah, I'm gonna get some references. Although it is kind of inconsequential. Wait, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try. You know, I'm gonna use my own fate. Okay. Wait. Let me take a look. My fate is really dirty. So this thing should be really small, and then this thing should be just big enough. I think that's a. I think that's a bit better, right? You don't need to it's really long, man. I'm so sorry. Okay. I think I'm happy with that, but it's a bit dirty. Let's cut that out. And let's actually just trace the thing, yeah? So it has a cleaner line work. I think it's better than what I had. Okay, so I don't really draw my backgrounds this early on. I just kind of have it in my head, right? So for example, here in my head, the background would go like this. So it's like a ground view. Oops, sorry, wait, like that, and then some grasslands, and maybe like a house here, like the base of a house. You know, some bushes, because they're in a farmland. So I have the background in my head already. What are you making? I'm making my manga right now. I'm just working on it little by little. So I'm already chapter 3 in my manga, but these 3 pages, I'll show you. Okay, I'll zoom out. So these 3 pages are a recreation of my chapter 1's intro, and then these 3 pages, well, 4. I'm only gonna do 3, possibly 4, or maybe 5. Um, this is already chapter 3, so I'm drawing chapter 1 and chapter 3 at the same time because I'm remaking some parts in chapter 1. Who's the little guy? So this small kid, this is a flashback. So these two, this kid becomes this kid over here. It's a bit grown up. Yeah, this kid. And the girl becomes this girl. They're grown up. They're grown up a little bit. So this is a flashback. Okay, she had long hair once upon a time. This really feels weird. I'm gonna erase that mouth. Maybe just I had a sketch, but the sketch kind of sucks as well. That's a little bit better. Yeah, you know the anime mouth that doesn't really make sense, right? Eggs. Hey, not Val. You're back. So he's supposed to be crying here. Let's make some tears. Big chunky tears. Okay. Because he's about to be attacked. I think he's a bit too grown up here. He doesn't look like a baby, right? And I think it's because of his facial features. His head is too small for a baby too. Let's fix that. Make it a tad bit bigger. Man, I'm not really used to drawing babies. or kids. That's a bit better, but he still looks grown up. I think it's the other things, like his hand, for example. Babies used to have like chunky hands, right? And it should be shorter too. So by this time, it should be his forearm already. Yeah. Yeah, there are some things here that I'm really not good at drawing, like kids. But this is a flashback, and they're kids here, so I gotta. I'm learning along the way. So that should be his elbow already, since he has shorter limbs, right? And this should be his. No, this back should be a little bit more smaller too, like that. And this symbol, this is a in my story. This is a religious symbol. Um, and it's a symbol of the Empress. It's kind of like I just realized, like, I swear I didn't copy it, but I just realized that it has that Warhammer tone where everybody worships the Emperor of mankind, and I have the Empress. It just so happens that I started reading. Well, I didn't really start reading. I knew about it, but I wasn't thinking about Warhammer when I wrote this. But the story kind of went there naturally, so I'm gonna go with it regardless. It's okay. It's okay to be a little bit derivative sometimes. Just add some of your own flavors to it, just to make it a little bit more original. And that's what I'm doing. Okay, now he looks more like a baby, I guess. I hope. Maybe let's make his face a little bit more immature by not adding a chin. Yeah, I think it's a big improvement. I don't know. He's a little bit more grown up than this kid, right? I don't know what it is. I'm gonna sit on that for a bit. I'll get back to it when some. I'll just work on the other panels then. Okay, where was I? I'm gonna work on an empty panel, like some of these sketches that I haven't started. I kind of like doing that because it gives me. I don't know. It just boosts morale to see other panels being drawn rather than empty. So this is just some random bandit that discovers their house. Later on, it's revealed that this guy is a human trafficker, and he's here to kidnap the kids. But he's thwarted by our main character. I have a female main character. I don't know how people feel about that. Most shonen anime that I know of have well, because it's shonen, right? It's supposed to be male fantasy. Um. So yeah, I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm gonna need feedback later. I think his bandana should go over his ear. Yeah, like this. Okay, let's not draw the ear then. Let's see how that looks without the sketch. It's a bit okay. I don't know, it feels weird, huh? What a cool looking kidnapper. I'm trying to make him look vague, like a ninja. Because the story, this flashback takes place in a more Japanese, Asian, not really Japanese, but more Asian inspired aesthetic location. Dude, my English is not working today. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the location is more Asian inspired. So we got like outfits that are also Asian inspired. Not necessarily any specific culture in um, our world. It's more like a inspired or derivative from the real world. China, Japan, Korea, but they're not gonna be called that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the a good comparison is if you guys know Warhammer, they're like Cathay. I forgot the name of the faction. Um, but yeah, in like Warhammer Fantasy, the Cathay, I think it's Cathay, is the Asian faction, right? The Asian faction. But the story takes place, this beginning of the story, outside of this flashback, takes place in the medieval Spanish slash French kind of location. So we're not going to be exploring this place too much. Not yet. Just this flashback. So in thinking of this character design, I wanted him to be more vague. So his mask, like a lot. There's a scarf here, and because he's trying to be stealthy, this is nighttime. He has like tactical gear that I would think that exists or could exist in medieval times or feudal Japan, feudal China, one of the dynasties. When you're designing a character, you don't have to be accurate to what exists in real life. Even if, for example, the Chinese, okay, I don't know for sure, but I don't think they ever invented anything the equivalent of a medieval broadsword or like a claymore, like a massive sword. I don't know any Chinese weaponry that involves a massive sword. They probably do. Oh, the Dao, right? That would be the equivalent. Yeah, so something like that, right? It's possible to exist in their culture even though it doesn't exist. If that makes sense. Okay, here's a better example. So in Aztec times, they never really invented a sword, like a metal sword, right? So when you're trying to, for example, trying to develop a fantasy story around that culture, you don't have to be accurate. Oh, they never invented a sword. You can just make up a sword that they could have invented, and then that will be your leeway to everything else. Like, okay, did they invent this? They probably didn't, but what would it look like if they did? And then you can play around that aesthetic. So maybe it's an obsidian sword made of wood and obsidian. So yeah, because the Aztecs used obsidian a lot as weaponry. Or they never invented glaives. So what if it's an obsidian glaive? Right, that looks more like that has that Aztec aesthetic. So that's kind of my thinking. So here I'm thinking of what would a kidnapper look like in a fantasy setting? That's also based around the Asian aesthetic. I mean, I don't want to say Asian aesthetic. What does that even mean, right? By the way, I'm fully aware. Sorry, not fully aware. I'm also Asian, so I'm allowed to be racist to my fellow Asians. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm only allowed to be racist towards my own race, right? That's how the rule goes. But who wants to be racist anyway? Actually, you know what? In my country, just a little known secret. Everybody is racist. Yeah. Everybody here is so racist. Is there a cover for the manga? If it does, will you paint it? I've already done the cover for the manga. I'll show it to you in a bit. Yeah, you want to see it? I'll show it to you. Hold on. Where is my files? Oh yeah, I remember where I put it. Wait. Okay, so this is the cover for the manga. The title is still work in progress. It's too long, I think, right? What do you think? Reign of the Thunder God. I think it's too long. So I'm just thinking maybe just have it say reign. Like that spelling of reign where it means like you're like the ruler. So yeah. So that's I actually went through a lot of iterations for this cover. I'll show you some of them. Yeah, one moment. Where is it? Okay, this is one of them. I'll show you the very first one if I can find that. Yeah, I probably can't. I don't remember where I put it, but I'll try anyway. Just give me a sec. Oh yeah, here. Okay, here we go. So this is the first iteration of my manga of my cover. It sucks. The face kind of looks creepy and weird, and I don't think it really says anything about my character or what it's about, right? Or really doesn't tell you anything. The drawing just sucks. I like the pose, but the way I executed this really doesn't look good. This is so cool. Thanks, man. And then this is the second iteration. No. Oh yeah, this is the second iteration. This is actually not bad. Yeah, see the color change because I'm so undecided, and her outfit is a bit different too from the final design. Now you can tell I've been doing this for a while now. And this is the third iteration. I wanted to do more action piece, like a foreshortened piece, but again, I think I executed this very poorly. The foreshortening shot is pretty okay. That leg there should be a little bit smaller now that I'm looking at it. And her body should be a little bit more leaning backwards just to give more impact to this dash here. And this was my last one. This one, I really like this one. However, the rendering is not my best render. I think I rushed it towards the end, right? I mean, her face is really well drawn, I think. And then over here, it just sucks. I used to have this really bad habit of just rushing things once I'm almost done because I'm so excited to see the final product. And I think this painting is a victim of the attitude, you know? And then I told myself I should just sit down and really take my time and drawing the cover. So I came up with this, right? And I think this, if you don't know the story, if you haven't read it, it doesn't really make much sense. However, if you've gone a little bit further ahead of the story, there are some story beats that this particular pose and this particular character is telling already, which I really like. And yeah, that's this good. This is my cover. I even have a Japanese version of this. But I don't speak Japanese, and I just use Google Translate to translate that title, right? Actually, I can speak a little bit of Japanese, but I'm not there yet. I'm not confident to say that I can totally speak it. Which this should be the Japanese version. So yeah. Anyways, I can read like this means no. I don't read. I can't read it. My kanji isn't that. I can read katakana and hiragana, and I know around 40 or 50 kanji characters, but I'm not there yet. And I'm not there. I'm learning at least one or two a day. Anyways, let's just get back to the drawing. This thing is really bothering me. I'm looking at it even more. I think the kid here in the very bottom looks okay. He looks okay. I'm okay with it. I don't want to change him. Maybe I will later. I'm so undecided. I know. Okay, so the challenge here is the hands, because I sketched it really poorly. So he's kind of gripping something here, like a rope, like he's about to tie this kid up. So let's just sketch the like a fist, because you ball your fist when you're holding something, right? Okay. Sometimes the sketch really bothers me, or it kind of throws me off. It's too many things going on in my sketches. It's kind of one of my problems. Like I said, bad habits. Just trying to rush things to get to the end point. Not good, man. Don't be like me. Don't be like that, rather. Okay, so the thumb should be right there. But I'm not going to draw it yet. We're going to draw the rope. And the reason why is because I may change the position of it. So I don't want to draw the thumb just yet. This rope is looking really tiny. It could be... He could be gripping it like this. No. I want it to be like in his hand. So he would extend this pinky finger here. Man, I'm having trouble with some rope. I wish you could draw hands like that. Well, you just gotta draw practice, man. I just still think my hand game is pretty weak. But just by drawing a lot of hands, you kind of get the hang of it. In fact, I'm gonna admit right now, I kind of learned how to draw hands through tracing. Right? I just, well, the way I did it was I traced, and then I drew it without the trace again. So I would trace it once, and I would try to trace it. I would try to draw it without the trace. So that's how I kind of learned. But it's not perfect yet. I mean, there are some angles that I can draw really well. And then there are some angles that are really, really terrible. The feet is a different story. I just don't know how to draw feet. Well, I know, but I still suck at it. Maybe there are some ropes here that aren't tied properly, and it's looser than the rest of them. And the rope is going to um not down like this, right? It's gonna flop a little bit. So how are we gonna maybe behind this so we can see more of the hands? Yeah, that makes more sense. Half piece, hey man, haven't seen you in stream for a while. Nice to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, maybe it's gonna hang like this, you know. I'll get back to the rope. Let's do the hands. So the hands is kind of well, is it foreshortened? But it's at an angle that you won't be able to see the forearm very well. So if we do an anatomy check, let's do an anatomy check. Shoulders, this would be the shoulder. And bone should be here, right? It should follow here. And then elbow would be here. And then it goes straight up to the camera, so you won't be able to see the forearm. Yeah? So let's just do that. Whoops. Okay. And the thumb, finally, I can draw it here. Maybe not. Maybe like here. Okay, that looks good. Let's get back to that later, okay? I need to clean that up. Just draw the feet. You should see the next page, though. So I'm going to show you the next page. I'm actually very excited to draw the next page. Because he's about to be abducted. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? Okay. He's about to be abducted by this guy. But our hero here, this girl, kind of rips his head off like that. And this is supposed to be his spine. Yeah. And this is a preview of the head is here. Is looking at it and she can't believe her strength, her own strength. I'll sketch this empty panel later. So it's kind of gruesome. I wanna hit you with the like what you're about to to experience on the intro, because these 3 pages are the intro. So let's just turn it off for now. And what else my sketch? I'm gonna erase this because it's kind of unsettling.
Baba,
Yes.
open.
Oh, give me that. Sorry, give me a sec, guys.
I want to open. Please.
What's that?
London.
Okay. Marcos, are you happy?
I have pictures.
Pictures guys. Monday, okay? Sorry, guys, that was my son. Just barged in. You doesn't have a cute. Oh, you can hear that? Oh, yeah. He's very cute. Whoops. I'm drawing the wrong. Hi, I did draw in the wrong layer. Little nightmares. Oh, you're scared. He's watching a scary game called Little Nightmares. He kind of saw me and my wife playing that game, and ever since he's watching clips on it in YouTube. I'm okay with it because Little Nightmares is just scary. not really gruesome, you know. Well, for the most part, I think there are some gruesome elements there, but it's not that much, you know. Very, very minimum. In fact, it probably doesn't exist. I know. I vaguely remember. All right. Now we got another hand. So this hand is where it's supposed to be holding a sack, but the sketch is not really that clear. No, that doesn't make sense. Right, like that. Man, I really suck at drawing hands. So this is supposed to be a sack. It's called Cathay. Yeah, Kingdoms of Cathay. I don't recall exactly. So this is the same idea here. Is to take that aesthetic, you know, because Cathay has an Asian aesthetic, Chinese, Korean, Japanese. I think it mixed together into one. So I'm taking the same idea. I'm not really copying Cathay, okay? I'm just that idea where it's like Asian cultures melding together into one. I hope this is clear that this is sack. Maybe I can add some elements that it's a sack, you know, like it's stitched. It has a stitch here. I don't know if that works. It's about to tie him up and then put him in the sack. Okay. I think it's pretty much done. I just need to fix this hand, right? And the best way to do that is to trace this thing. You know, I'm not gonna do that. Let's just draw it directly. The writing matters 10 times more than the drawing quality. I totally agree with you. And that's what I'm actually really worried about because I'm not a writer. This is my, well, it's not my first time, my second time writing something. I'm totally an amateur when it comes to writing. So yeah, I 100% agree with you, man. But the drawing matters too. You know, there, at least I'll do a good job at that thing, that element that also matters, right? But writing, I need to pass this through an editor once I'm done, which I have an editor, and I need to check my spellings, you know, my grammar. Things like that. Is my editor really an editor? Well, he's just a guy who is a writer, and I'm just gonna submit this to him, see if you know everything's good. What I'm really worried about is if I wrote a likable main character. I think that's really important too, and the contrast between the characters that they're gonna meet, right? So those two things I'm really worried about. I'm not worried about the story that I wrote. I think it's pretty solid. It has a motivation, you know, as a their motivation. I think I wrote them very clearly. But yeah, I'm just really worried that my characters aren't likable. I hope they are. But in the first arc, their motivation is going to be very shallow, but the underlying reason for it is it's deeper. They want money, and so they need jobs. They could steal, and they're over here. This in chapter 3, they have an opportunity to steal um like money, but instead they just steal the contracts, like job contracts, to so that they can do jobs to make money instead, right? Um, yeah, and the reason why they need money is because they need funding for their campaign, which is to go outside the barrier. And yeah, there's an entire story there in the barrier that I already wrote. I already drawn. In matter of fact, I think this rope is too. It's too small. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. With the writing too, I think I went overboard. I wanted to tell a very simple story of the characters going from A to B, achieving this singular goal of going outside the barrier. However, I went overboard with the jeez, I can't get this right. I went overboard with the world building stuff. It was just so fun to do. Right? Siya? Their characters are really unique and memorizable, but not gonna lie, the girl looks like Kiriko from Overwatch. Kiriko, is it the Japanese girl, right? The red and white. Um, yeah. Actually, she's inspired by another anime character. From Gachiakota, Hio. I don't really read Gachiakota, but I came across Gachiakota from looking at references of hair, and then I saw this character Hio. I don't know if you guys know her, but and I thought that, dude, she has really cool hair, and I really like the vibes. So I just drew her hair. In fact, I just copied her hair one to one at the beginning. Um, but I deviated from her quite a bit because Hio has a kimono-ish kind of style, and at the beginning, I used to draw this character with a kimono, and I thought, okay, this looks too generic. So I looked for more references and just tried to make him a little bit more unique. But there are still some Hyo elements from that I want to keep, right? Because I really like that hair. It's just the hairstyle, okay? Yeah. So yeah, that's where I got her from. I'll show you some of the pages that I've already done. Um, I don't mind spoiling this, or having you guys read it. I love sharing this with people. So here is my intro, which I really don't like this intro. This is probably the best intro so far, but I think the intro that I'm currently making is far better. So yeah, it goes like this. It's ominous. That's the idea, but the dialogue kind of devolves a little bit into a tirade, right? Like it's just random person talking. It's not really a sage or a disembodied voice. So yeah, this is a double page spread. This is really corny. I'm trying to get rid of this, right? I may recycle the big panel here later for something else completely. And this is the fall of the gods. I'm getting rid of this too, unfortunately. Again, I'm gonna recycle this page on a much later chapter, but I won't be using this anymore for now. It's a really good page too. It took me a while to do this. Um, But yeah, supposedly this is the main villain here. I drew him really vaguely, small and in a distance, so that I can have the opportunity to redesign him later. And this is like the backstory of the barrier that I was talking about. The entire world is covered in this like massive shield called the Divine Barrier. It's made of divine lightning. It's a new element that the gods of thunder. I'm getting rid of some of these, but I'm keeping a lot of this page still. And then it goes to this girl, right? Our main character. And she is actually kind of drunk, and that's why the dialogue here is devolving from something that has more gravitas to it, and then it just devolves, right? Like, what a bunch of pansies. The gods, what a bunch of pansies. All of them united for the first time, only to be beaten by one guy. So it's like, oh, it's because she's drunk, or she's kind of messing up with these people. I'm changing a lot of the dialogues here too, because I have a new intro. But for the most part, after this, everything stays the same. So I'm just changing everything that comes before this page. So yeah, these are some of my pages, and this is more like where we pick up with the main story, after the flashback that I'm currently drawing. This is the Virgil Village arc. These panels are like what? The best thing that I've ever seen. Hey, thanks. I'll show you what I mean, what inspired me to draw panels like this. It's from Witch Hat Atelier, whatever. Her panels are so beautiful, man. The panels of that manga, so beautiful. I take a lot of inspiration from it. So yep, here, this is the first chapter, our introduction to Senior Nestor, which is, he's not really a villain, but he's kind of a small antagonist on the first few chapters of the first arc. But he's not a villain, he's not a bad guy. He's just doesn't like our main character. Kind of like the Vegeta to his Goku, or the Rukawa to his Sakuragi, right? The Sasuke to the Naruto. Kind of like that. Where our main character is really ignorant. He's not really ignorant, he just doesn't know the ways of the world, and she could come across really rude. However, Senior Nestor is very rigid, very, very structured, very kind of like a Captain America, Superman kind of vibe, like follows the rules, don't do anything bad, things like that. And those four are his goons. And yeah, he's well beloved, and this is what I'm showing here in this panel. He's a really loved figure. But Hikari throws something at him, and he just falls down. And then he gets back up, but he gets hit again, and he gets knocked out. And then this is where the action starts. She gets chased, and yeah, action, small action, some taste of what I can do with action. Some foreshortening shots here. I really love these panels. And yeah, about to get hit. She's about to get hit because she's tied up, and she drops kicks the guy. Oh yeah, I love this panel, and she double spins. I don't like I'm really bad at this foreshortening stuff. Okay, it looks good, but to me, I think I can do better. But I'm not gonna change this anymore. Okay, because even though I kind of think I can do better, I wanna be able to see where it came from. Maybe the next time I draw something like this, I can come back and see, oh, okay, I used to do it this way, and this one's so much better. And yeah, this is where I explain my magic system. Power system? Magic system. Right? Something like that. So the rune coins. I've written a really detailed version of this. And this is just the first layer. I want to slow down the explanation of what these are, and they'll slowly get explained. And yep, here we go. This is the bystander again from earlier, and really it ends here in this page. This is chapter 2. So chapter 1 is supposed to be 30 pages, but I decided maybe I'll just do 15 to 20 pages per chapter. So I'm thinking of dividing chapter 1 into 2 chapters instead. So hopefully that had caught everybody up. I don't even know if some people are watching. Oh, there. Anyway, let's get back to the drawing, shall we? So I've done 2 panels out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I've sketched. Okay, let's do an empty one. Maybe I'll start drawing these houses. It's just a small village. So that's kind of where my story is. Just to talk to you more about the world building stuff. There are what you saw earlier in the intro are the dredge, right? They're the main enemy of the main antagonist of the story. And the dredge are these cosmic entities. Not really cosmic. They're not gods, okay? They're more like a force of nature, where they just happen to come across Earth. Well, not Earth, right? Not our Earth, but an Earth-like fantasy version of Earth. And they devour it. Everybody dies except for the people within the barrier that is created because of them. Yeah. So yeah, that's the story. And the dredge has many factions. It's not a hive mind. It has a lot of factions. And they're ruled by these things called the dredge lords. And the dredge lords the dredge lords are not really strong, but they're very strategic. Their main battle force is the dredge hordes. I know the dredge, right? How many times have I said dredge now? And the dredge knights, which is the main threats of the story, really. Did I just draw this incorrectly? Oh yeah, I did. The lines are not perfect. Rainbow? Oh wow, look a rainbow! My son is messing up with my lighting for my room. And my light is like lighting up rainbow colors. Is wowed by it, you know. Yes? Wow, oh look, what's that? What color is that? It's red. It's okay, it's okay. Hey. Hello, son. Yeah, I know, I know. Hopefully it's not too annoying, guys. Sorry. I'll show you a trick just to make things a lot faster. I totally forgot I did this, right? This is how I do backgrounds, by the way. And hold on. Can you see this? I have a folder here where I've already drawn some elements, right? That I can just copy and paste, like these trees, right? I can totally use these trees and these mountains too. Let's do that. Let's try that out. I haven't really used some of these until now. So, mountains in the distance. Okay. Now I don't have to draw that mountain. Right? Let's take another one. I like this one small. And let's put it here. Okay, now I don't have to draw that mountain. Right? I just have to adjust it a little bit then. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Just a bit of adjustment, right? And yeah, we have a background already drawn. And I have a tutorial for this in my YouTube channel. But I'll just tell you it's pretty much what I call background assets, right? So you draw say mountains here, like a couple of variations of mountains, and then you can just copy paste, cut them together to make new mountains and a mountain range and things like that, right? So you don't have to start over from scratch all the time. That's the idea. Okay. Now I want some trees in there, which I think I already have trees. Yeah, there we go. I think this tree is very interesting. This one, yeah. Let's see if it works. The tree right there. Maybe let's put one behind here. Wait. You can just edit the tree a little bit just so that it fits more of the background that we've already added in. Like the lines are not uniform, so that's okay sometimes. But it feels a bit inconsistent if you don't draw over them at just a little bit, you know? Okay. There's a tree there. I like that position. We can even I haven't drawn it yet, but we can even add bushes here, right? Or bushes in the elements that we've already drawn. Hopefully that makes sense. All that cheating. But when when you're making something like this, I want to skip to the good stuff. Maybe another tree. I think I need to skip the tree for now because what I want is a road here. How did I do it in my sketch? Okay, here it is. A windy road. Something like that. Since the road is going to be grass, we're gonna take our time and do something like this. Just to imply grass there, right? I know it. Doing backgrounds takes a really long time, and that's why I cheat sometimes. Because there's so much going on in the background, especially landscape shots like this. Let's actually add the farmlands now. A lot of mangakas did that. Yeah, it's okay. It's for me, I like doing it. I like seeing the small improvements from drawing something like this where it doesn't really look that good yet, and then the final result. I think real mangakas are even more hardcore than this, right? Because a lot of them still do it traditionally. How long have you been drawing? I've been drawing for a very long time, man. I don't know how to answer that question. All my life, but I've only been doing this professionally since 2022, I think 2023. And by mean but I'm what I mean professionally is that I get paid and I get commissions, and I do this for full time as a living. I don't mean like I'm a pro, I'm really good and shit. I don't really see myself that way because I think I still have a long way to go. But yeah, that's just what I mean. Prefer. I just mean that I get paid doing it. But this is supposed to be the farms, rice fields. I don't really know how to draw them. I'm just randomly sketching. Okay, what in my mind, I'm just following what a rice field would look like. But to be honest, I don't have no idea. I should probably look at references. Um, but I think the result here is not that bad that I don't really have to do that. I sort of kind of see the vision of what I'm doing here. I'm even gonna draw some fantasy creatures here, because I also written farm animals that are unique to this world. Well, they don't really look unique. They're just massive cows, right? They look like cows, but only they're like 10 times bigger. And our characters will travel with one, sort of like how Appa from the Last Airbender, right? Kind of something like that. But it's not flying. It's not a flying bison. It's just a normal cow. Only it's massive. His name is Flower. They travel with him. See, I think this looks okay. I don't like these lines. Kind of breaks the kind of hatching that I'm already doing. Anyways, I think I'm gonna skip this for now, and I'll get back to it. Um, but let's draw something else. Let's draw something empty. How about let's draw this empty panel here. It's kind of bothering me. I see. Nice. You inspire me because I just graduated from design university, and this is my fourth month without any art job yet. But I still get some design jobs. I want to become an illustrator and mangaka someday. Wow, you're deep in the world building. Yeah, I am deep in the world building, but that's great, man. Yeah, for me, I don't take this job for granted. I'm so lucky to have it. Wait, is this my sketch layer? It is. But I'm gonna make a new sketch layer. Sorry. Where was I? Yeah, I don't take this job for granted at all. The way I did it, if you want to know, if you want to get an art job, is through a website called Upwork. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I'm just telling you my experience. Upwork is a freelancing website, kind of popular in the day. I'm not sure if it's popular still. But I got my first client there, right? Back in well, actually, you know what? I also did design school, by the way. I started freelancing doing logo design back in 2016. Also in Upwork, because there's a lot of jobs in Upwork that pays really well. And yeah, and then in 2022, I got my first manga. Oh, it's actually a web comic, a gig for a web comic. So an author hired me to do his story, and you think you can still read it now. It's called "Fire of the Fifth Sun" on Tapas. It's free. But that was a grueling job. However, it allowed me to create a sizable enough portfolio for my next client, which I'm still working with right now, actually. And I got another client after that, just from the portfolio that I made. And it allowed me to make it of my full-time job. In fact, this thing actually pays really well. The title of the first manga, well, not manga, it's not a manga, it's a web comic that I ever created, is called Fire of the Fifth Sun. Let me actually link you that. Yeah, so that's the first ever project I got. It's really terrible. You can see the improvements. Well, no, the story is good. What I mean to say is that the artwork that I did back then is not in the same caliber that I'm doing right now, right? Um, yeah. So this guy is looking at her, what she's doing. He's kind of shocked. Maybe we can even add some blood there, like this splatter. I don't know. Okay. What was I talking about? I totally forgot, man. I just deviate to something else, right? um, yeah, dude, just pursue your dream. Pursue your dream, man. Yeah, your background story making me want to pursue my dream now, dude. Do it, man. That's what I did. If I can do it, you can do it, right? I have two hands. You have two hands, presumably. Have We have both eyes. You can draw. I can draw. There's no excuse why you shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, again, this job pays really well. Well, if you're in the U.S., if you're in a Western country, the job is probably minimum wage to you. But I live in the Philippines, and minimum wage in the U.S. means really high wages here. So it pays really well for me. In fact, it allowed me to retire my wife from working and just have her take care of my son. To me, that's the biggest flex. You know, if you can support your spouse by yourself and raise a kid. Again, I don't take this for granted, and I'm really proud. Wait, from disabled, dude. There are disabled people who are doing art, man. I know you're joking. That there's no excuse. Yo, same Southeast Asia. Aim for Indonesia. Yeah, man. Apa kabar? I know a little bit. Just a little bit. I went to school in Australia. So many Indonesians there. In fact, I took an Indonesian class, so I know a little bit of just a few phrases. I can't really speak the language, but I'm pretty sure your country and my country has very similar culture, and I don't know about the economy in Indonesia, but I'm pretty sure it's not the same economy as say the US, for example. So you should be totally fine to do this full time if you want. I don't know. Again, I don't know. What's that? Magandang gabi. What's magandang gabi in it's like salamat siang, right? Salamat pagi. I already forgot. One of those things. Your language and my language has I think 20% similarities. Like I know the way you say scissors in Indonesian is the same as gunting, right? Same as here. It's also gunting. Yeah, I think it because long time ago. I don't know if this is true, but I've read that a very very long time ago, long before the Datus. That this entire archipelago was just one people sharing with each other. You know, so in the Philippines before we got colonized, I believe we used to speak Bahasa. I don't know about that. No, no, no. I'm not. Before, like way back when, right? Maybe 1,000 years. I don't know how many years ago. But I believe we used to speak Bahasa too. Salamat malam. Yeah, that's why our language is so similar because we still have some visage of Bahasa in our everyday language. It's just mixed with other languages now, like English and Spanish, and then there are some localisms, that turned into Tagalog. Like I don't like that her hair is like that. Maybe I should draw her body. Let's just duplicate that layer. But she's facing down, so we won't see her face. Just her hair all covering her face, right? And she kind of looks like the devil here, and that's her. That's the point. Yeah, I believe we are in the same kingdom of Sirawajia. I think so. Yeah, I think some of our presidents, our past president, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, tried to do that again to unite the countries into one super country. But I think that was thwarted. I don't know. Politics, right? Dude, I saw what happened in Jakarta. The uprising that you guys had. Insane. I'm actually very jealous because I wish we had that kind of uprising here as well. But man, the Filipinos are they're too nice, you know? They can't be freaking they can't do that. Because I read about it and I think we're facing the same level of well, not the same level. Maybe yours is much I don't know. But same problem of fraud, you know? The ASEAN gang. You know, back in Australia we used to call uh I used to be really close friends with a lot of Indonesian people, and we used to call ourselves the Indophile, Indonesian Philippines, you know, Indophile. So nice. I miss them, man. I miss my Indonesian friends. Ganar Pradika. Who else was there? There were a lot of Malaysians there too, and Singaporeans. Dude, Southeast Asian government sucks. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry, my son is playing with my mom. With his mom. That name's kind of funny. Yeah, Indophile. So he's sitting here behind a tree. You know what? I could totally just copy paste the tree, right? That I did earlier. This thing. Let's do another tree. Yeah, something like this. But maybe with a different angle. So we're gonna redraw the base. I have to go. Have a good stream. You too, man. I have to be honest. You have to take care. We'll be honest. Indonesian people is also kind, but the government and parliaments are literally mocking people suffering. The riot and the assaults is the result. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's the same here. Well, the thing is that the government isn't really doing anything. You know, it's just freaking. They know that the Filipinos are going to forget about the issue, so they're just waiting it out. It kind of sucks because they're right. The problem is that we have, well, dude, I shouldn't. I don't know if I'm gonna talk about it because I could get in trouble. But okay, I'm gonna talk about it anyway. The problem is we have people here who vote for like actual criminals, right? Sir Quackington, just take care, man. Yeah, we vote for actual criminals who had previous convictions, and then they get shocked when there's fraud again. Yeah, because you voted for this guy for like the fifth time after his third arrest for the same crime, and then you're still shocked as to why we still have fraud because you keep voting for the same guy. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. Well, that's just my government, you know. Sucks. Well, it's not just the government, it's the people here also kind of like that. Not everybody is, but there are enough of them that vote so that those criminals are gonna get elected again. And then the same problem happens again, and the cycle continues. I don't want to talk about politics, man. But it just triggers me a lot, you know? It's so dumb. Okay, I'll do more of the background later. Okay, we've done a lot today. I think I am going to just finish all of the unfinished drawings for today. That's already a lot. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10 pages already, right? And out of that 7, I've already done 2. So I only have to draw 5. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where's the sketch? Here it is. Old man. It's also driving me crazy. I know, it's so dumb, man. I think not everybody should vote. I think I think you need to take a test. Because literally, there's an interview here, kind of famous, where they get asked, "Why would you vote for this guy? He's been convicted several times for the same crime," and the person, I'm not kidding you, she said, "Oh, because he's handsome." Like, oh my god, this is the Filipinos. This is the voting, the voting class. They're literally voting for this guy because he's handsome. Not because his politics is sound. Not because he's been convicted for, for several times for the same crime. No, it's because he's handsome. That's it. That's like the bar. That's how low the bar is here. It just enrages me how these people exist. That's why I advocate for, like, you should take an exam before you get the right to vote. We basically the same because our current president is a fat, cute, huh? He's fat, cute. We call him Gamoy, Gamoy. It is what it is, man. Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate. Fortunately, I actually don't let it rule my life because I don't depend on the government to, like, be happy or live a good life. But I know there are people that do, and I'm not discounting that at all. But I also went to another country. So I went to Japan recently, and I saw the things that we could have had if it wasn't for a corrupt government, you know, and it pisses me off. It pissed me off even more. All right, let's see if I can draw this arm without a sketch. In fact, I'm gonna change the position. I'm gonna have him hold up a lamp. Like this. I want to stop talking about politics before I blow my mind. Um, what does a Asian lamp look like? Chinese lamp. Okay, it just looks like a regular lamp. What about Japanese lamp? Okay, looks like a regular lamp. Your brother works in Japan, and now, whenever he talked, the facility makes me so jealous, dude. I am so jealous. I just so want to go back. I'm going back to Japan this year. It was so good, so magical. You should totally go if you have the opportunity to. You know, save up. Maybe ask your brother. Japan was magic. I didn't want to leave. There's so much the world can learn from Japan too. Like the way they take the subway system there. Um, the subway system there is so amazing, and I think that's how they got rid of their traffic or the commuter dilemma. I don't know in the Indonesia, but in the Philippines, the commuting here kind of suck because you know the lines are so long for just to wait for a bus, and it's traffic. You know, you have to wait a long time for the bus to come, and then you have to wait for your turn in the line, and then when you're actually in the bus, you have to like bear the traffic, and it's really bad. But over in Japan, because they have a really robust subway system, they don't have to worry about the traffic that commuting cars can cause on the ground level. You know, because that's all underground, and because a lot of people are commuting, there's no crowding, despite it having a really massive. You know, Tokyo has a really massive population. I think like 30 million people live in Tokyo. Something crazy like that, right? So because they have a subway system, you don't really feel the 30 million because they're all underground. This is about politics and how the trips to Japan. It was magical. The best experience, the best place that I went to that was so unforgettable was this temple in Nara called Todaiji. It has the largest bronze statue of Buddha. It's so gigantic, but the Buddha statue is not the most impressive. The actual temple itself, it was so big that I could not believe something like this exists. You know, it was almost fantastical, almost comical in how big that temple was. I remember thinking that I could not believe like this, and it also more than 1,000-year-old too. And I was thinking, do people from 1,000 years old build this? Incredible, right? It's incredible. The pictures didn't do it justice because the pictures makes it look small, but when you're actually there, the grandness of the Todaiji temple, and not just the temple, but the gate itself is also massive, right? So you go into this massive gate, and you're looking up all this time because the thing is so big that you can't put it in your head how big it is. And okay, so it's big, it's massive, and then you go past the gate, and then you walk to the temple, and that thing is even bigger. Okay, it's like, dude, it's just blowing my mind one after another, you know. And then you go inside the temple, and then the what's it called, the daibotsu, the Daiji daibotsu. I don't remember what it's called, but it's this massive bronze statue of Buddha. It's like waving at you, right? It's so big that I think you can fit an entire human in his nostrils. Yeah, it's that big. His hand is the size of a human, and it was just so awesome. It was an unforgettable moment, and I didn't really think that I would be impressed by like old temples. I'm not really that kind of guy. But I was, man. I was so impressed. It was such a magical trip. If you ever go there, I highly suggest you visit the temples. If you're an artist, right? If you're an artist who looking for inspiration, yeah, you should visit those old stuff. Highly recommend. Yeah, ancient people like to build large buildings. It's impressive. We have the same something like Kandi Borud. I think I've heard of that. What's it called? I'm gonna check that out for you. Okay, hold on. Oh, this thing's so cool. This thing? Dude, that's so cool. It's the temple is that the large Buddha? Yeah, the Buddha is inside the temple. And the temple itself is already really big. I think it's maybe not as big as this thing, but almost something like this. But this thing is huge, man. Yeah, yeah. There was something like that there. It's my first time ever seeing something that grand because we don't have those in the Philippines, right? We don't have massive grand structure here in the Philippines. Not anymore. I actually probably not ever. The hand looks really terrible, but I'm gonna go ahead with it. I'll fix that later. I just want to move on to another painting, another panel. I mean, might be a good time to copy and make an actual forest because she's found in a forest. So we can just copy paste these trees here and make a forest out of it. And I haven't even mentioned the food there too. It's so good. I hear the Philippines have divine cuisine. Ah, it's all right. It's okay. I don't know about divine. I mean, it has good food, sure. Did I just combine that with? Okay. But yeah, I tasted wagyu beef for the first time in Japan too, and dude, my mouth was watering, and you kind of the thing you do with your eyes when you feel something good, you just, oh man, you're like electrified when I ate A5 wagyu there. It wasn't that it was expensive. However, it wasn't as expensive as you when you buy it here in the Philippines. Um, hmm, I don't think I should be drawing the background yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna draw the background because I'm gonna do that in a separate layer from the line art of the foreground. So it's going to ruin the drawing if I do that. Let's just stick with what we have now. So this is pretty much done already. But yeah, A5 Wagyu was so good. It was so good. I did also taste raw Wagyu. Um, and that wasn't so good. I didn't like that. The raw meat thing, not my thing. It kind of disgusted me. People there kind of enjoy it, so to each their own. Yo, what up? Okay. Oh yeah, for anybody watching, I am going to link you my Discord thing because I have a Discord. And I suggest you just enjoy it, man. A lot of manga people who are trying to make their manga are there. Even my mouth is even my mouth even when you talk about wagyu, my mouth is watery. Yeah, it was so good. I didn't really have enough food when I got there though, because I was so overwhelmed by the things that we were doing. Going from temple to temple, from park to park, one landmark, one attraction to another. So we had very opportunity to actually taste the foods in Japan. We had a lot of ramen though. Ramen was There was a ramen place in Osaka that was so good, so good. The broth was so thick. Oh no! Oh my god! I ruined this. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I ruined a little bit. I think I merged the layers that are not supposed to be together. Luckily, it didn't ruin anything else. Yeah. So she starts off with really long hair. You know. Is she the MC? She is the MC. But this is just her flashback, so she looks really young here. She doesn't remember where she came from. She's found in the woods by this old man and his family. He has a recollection, a small recollection though, of a woman telling her to find her beyond the barrier, and that's pretty much the trigger that starts the story and the reason why she wants to go to the barrier. It's explained really a lot better in my writing. Sorry, I don't know the story yet. Okay. You know at the so. Do you want to see my other pages? Were you not there when I was explaining the other pages? Because I'm happy to do it again. I love telling the story. Oh, she just woke up here. Let's draw her eyes as if she's kind of winded, you know. I think her other eye is too small. So just to explain it to you, this is the first 3 pages of my manga. Right? I'm recreating it. I already made the first chapter, but I don't like the intro to my first chapter. The intro to the story. I think it's too grandiose. It's too complex, and I want to make it simple. So I'm redrawing those pages here, but the entire story I'm already in chapter 3, which they're all grown up. I'll show it to you. These are chapter 3. These 3 pages here are chapter 3 pages, and the girl here is this short-haired crop top girl here. And the boy you saw earlier is now this grown up. Well, he's still a kid, but it's a bit grown up. And that's where they start their adventure. This is just a flashback, you know, a good intro to who these characters are. Because I'm really worried about, you know, making a good first few pages and a nice introduction. And I'm trying to establish the relationship between the main character. Well, there are 2 main characters. It's this girl and the kid. Her hair is kind of fixed up now here, versus here it's all like messed up. It's not really clear that she has long hair here, right? But she's supposed to have long hair. Yeah, she's a bit different here. I'm gonna make this shorter. So the thing is that the logic behind this is she gets fixed up, right? So obviously her hair is also kind of fixed up, not in its normal state. Because what kind of a old man are you if you're not gonna at least fix up the hair of the girl that you just rescued? Yeah. So it's a bit her hair is a bit different here. It's tied up. Not really tied up, but it's pulled back. I'm thinking of overlapping this panel, right? Something like this. But then her ears, which would be really small here, would go like this. Actually, that's fine. Hmm. Hmm. Fine, fine. You know, I'm gonna make it more consistent. This does not make sense, but just for consistency's sake. Oh, well, the thing is, I'm worried that my readers won't understand what's going on when it comes to her hair, for example, because it changes here. It's a lot more cleaner. Actually, this hair she's it's really terrible. It should curve down. Man, I really am bad at this. It should curve down like that. Rather just straightforward. It looks too stiff. That's a little bit better, at least. Yeah, a bit better. See, so her hair here and her hair here and the hairs that she's found on is three different hairs. And the logic of that is that chronologically she's found first and she has messy long hair. And then she wakes up in this bed, which logically her hair would be also cleaned up, right? Because how are you gonna lie down with a hair like long like that? So it's pulled back. So she has a different hairstyle. And then over here, she's more like, you know, acclimated to the area. So she's already dressed up. She's already, looking nice. So her hair is more straight. But my worry is that it would cause confusion. So I'm gonna break a logic rule, and I'm just gonna make all of the hairs look the same. Okay. Just so that it's clear that it's the same character. I think that is more important than the logic of the situation. It's not. What the hell's going on? Why can't I? Okay, there it is. I think you're doing good, bro. Yeah, thanks. But these are the things that I think of. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, But I'm going to commit. I'm going to commit now and give her the same hairstyle, all across the page. She doesn't have that ears too. Oh no, I'm gonna have to redraw some of these lines. Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome. Maybe longer. Make that longer. Like here. Yeah. Be honest with you, cause I don't see the finished works yet, so I can't judge. Yeah, but I'm looking ahead. I kind of sort of see the finished work myself, so I'm just worried. I'm just worried about these little things. I don't think it's a big deal either, too. But I don't wanna miss a beat with this. because I'm entering a competition soon. I'm gonna enter this manga into a competition. Right, she's not an elf, but she has an elf-like ears. Actually, she has 4 ears, right? I shouldn't detail the hair yet. Yo, hello, maiden. Maideng, not Korean. Welcome to the stream, man. But it's actually a good idea because the hair length shouldn't be shouldn't be growing that long if she has time skip. Yeah. Well, she has a shorter hair on currently on the main story, and I agree with you. Yeah. So I'm just gonna commit to this hairstyle now, just so that her identity is so much clearer. Oh, that's not straight. You gotta fold that back a little bit more like this, then cave it like that. This line here is creating a tangent. Okay. All right, let's color the hair now with this black. Tulogin natin? All right, wait lang. Oh, siya nagising. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I just need to prepare my son's bed because he's going to bed now. I'll be back. I'll be back in like 20 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry. I just need to prepare my son's bed. There's lots of toys in it. Whew. That's very. Yeah, I'm getting old. So that was very tiring. I'm not really old. I'm not old, but I sort of feel it already. Good night. Welcome back. Yeah. We back. I'm just creating strands. Strands of hair, really randomly. White strands, black strands. I just like the look of the randomness of it. It looks more natural, less anime. Oh man, I don't like it. There's something about it that I don't like. And the problem is I can't really tell what it is. I think her mouth is too low. Too small, maybe. It has something to do with her mouth. Maybe her nose. Too. That's a bit better. I know what it is. It looks like she has a snout because of her nose. Wait, I think I can fix it. Wait, give me a sec. One moment. Damn it. No, I can't. I gotta go back. I gotta go back. Come on. Alright. So the thing is that it looks weird because it looks like she has a snout. Right? What I can do is I think I can solve the problem of her eyes too. I can move her face a little bit like that. Too much. Like that. Higher. It looks a little bit better. It could be better though, but I'm happy with it. The mouth still looks too low. He just looks ugly to me. When she's drawn well, but she has an ugly face. I don't know what it is. I think I need to redraw this entire drawing. Her entire face, at least. What's wrong with this drawing? Hey, I can't point out. Bigger eyes. Bit better. Shorter. This is saying a finished product is better than not. Yeah, I don't know. It just I don't want to. I don't want to make a bad product as well. I know what's wrong with this. I think the eyes making her ugly. I think that's a bit better. That's a little bit better. I agree. The head has a weird shape. Sorry, guys. I know this is really annoying to watch. A frustrated artist trying to get things right, failing multiple times. Um, yep. Yeah, sorry, man. Batman from comic books. Welcome to the stream. What app do you use? Oh man, I use Photoshop. Where do you publish them? I haven't published them. That's the thing. That's okay. Enjoy your stream. Thanks, man. Okay, she looks okay now. Way better than what I had before. Hmm. This old man's face is kind of wonky. Yeah, it's not even, right? One side is not even. I gotta fix that. Kind of leaning a little bit to the side. That's on purpose. He's old. And I'm gonna draw a chair. I'm gonna rotate him. He still looks wonky. That's okay. Just draw a simple chair right behind him. I'll draw the chair as part of the background later. Because I plan to use the symmetry tool, and I can't be bothered setting that up right now. But I will do that as part of the background, because that's another work on its own I have to worry about. Maybe we can continue later. Try to move the next panel. Come back later. Yeah, I guess that's what I need to do. There's a few things that are bothering me here, like these lines. I need to fix that. It doesn't have to be perfect. But now we finished 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 7. Just 3 more. I forgot his symbol here. Again, this is a religious symbol in the story. The star in the moon, the crescent moon. Oh, now that I realize, it's kind of like the Muslims, right? Like the Muslim, this star in the crescent moon. Is that Saudi Arabia? I forgot which flag that was. No, that's totally unintentional, though. So these are these huts. These houses are inspired by the houses in Kawaguchiko. In Japan, they have these thatch houses. I will leave now. Good luck with your manga. See you in the next video or stream. No worries, man. You take care. I stream every Saturday and Sunday around the same time. But I also stream sometimes on my Discord if I have extra time. Maybe you can hang out there. Link is pinned in the chat. Okay. Eggs. All right, there you go again. You and your eggs, hey? Your eggs, hey? You're really locked in. Yeah, yeah, man. This is it's a big project. Requires my full attention. I can't wait to release this, by the way. But I gotta wait because I'm entering this in the like I said before. Now I've said it many times. But I'm gonna enter this to a competition, so I don't think it's a good idea to release it beforehand. What can I say? Eggs are really good. Good. Yes, they are really good. Especially with if you use egg as a sauce. The egg I don't know what you call it in English, but the yellow part of the egg, you can use that as a sauce. All you gotta do is just mix it up really good until it becomes a foam, or it becomes like a sludge thing. And you mix mayonnaise and all that other stuff. All right, that side is done. It's supposed to be farmland. There's still a massive part here, and the house is not done. Now I'm gonna move on to the next drawing. I am getting tired though, not gonna lie. But I still got a few in me. Still got a few strokes, few pages, few panels. I mean, before I drop dead. Hopefully not. Before I take a rest. I learned how to make VTuber models, and that stuff also the yellow part is called yolk. Oh, yeah, that's right, the yolk. Please. I knew that. But yeah, VTuber models are really difficult to do, man, and also they're really expensive to commission somebody to make one. I've been thinking of getting to VTuber. You know, I don't want to be an anime girl because that's what most VTubers are, right? Maybe we could have something more manly. Just to be different. Although I don't know if that's gonna do well because VTubers are mostly girls, hot anime girls with voice changers, so everybody thinks you're a girl, right? My teacher person is teaching me for free. Nice, nice. Maybe I can hire you one day to make a VTuber for Jingo. Just started today. Yeah, that's why I said one day. Yeah. Maybe. This looks so good. Thanks, man. Lily the catfish. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Well, I'm just starting out. Um, I'm doing this now. There's so many pages to go through. As a fellow mangaka, I never finished my two series. Well, you should do that. Maybe this is your sign to start working on it again. Yeah. What's it about? Yeah, I'm just starting on the next chapter. Nice, nice. Now, so you are working on it then. That's good. This is just my chapter 3. These 3 pages that I'm working on right now are recreation of the intro of my chapter 1. Um, I don't like the intro for the current intro that I have for my chapter 1, so I'm recreating it. More coherent. The idea just came up. Animation Q9Q. Hi, man. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Your characters are so fun. Well, I'm on chapter 2. Nice. Yeah, thanks, man. This is the kid version of my character. I'm not really used to drawing kids. I the way I drew her on the current main story, because this is a flashback. This page is a flashback of her when she was a kid. She's a bit grown up, like in her 20s, maybe late teens. No age specific, right? But definitely older. I'm Sophie. Hey, man. Sophie. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. You have a unique style. Thanks. I take a lot of inspiration um from my own art style that is accumulated, I think, for a bunch of other artists, but also a lot of my inspiration comes from the author of Witch Hat Atelier. A lot of my panels are very inspired by her artwork. Really, really good. As an artist, I highly recommend you pick up the book. Don't just read it online. I recommend you actually buy the physical copy. I'm not sponsored by her, by the way, of course. It's way different to have something in your hand and actually take a look at what the page looks like in your hands, rather than just reading them online. It's just me. Maybe that's just the millennial in me. I'm having a hard time making animations. I'm very good at drawing. Same, same. I'm not an animator at all. I don't even dream of taking up animation. Maybe not yet. Ask me again in the next few years. But right now, I just can't get into it. If my characters could talk, they would say, when is this girl gonna finish the chapter?" Yeah, 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 yeah. You should get into it. Yeah, that's not your character talking. That's you. By the way, take this as a sign, girl. Yeah, animations is really hard to get into, but I think it's also a natural progression. If you're an artist, you either go into manga or you go to animation or both. I need an animator life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which means no social life. But also I'm as a small girl. I don't think that matters. Also, do you publish your mangas? I'm curious. I haven't published this yet, although I am in chapter 3. I'm kind of waiting for because I'm entering a manga competition in March, so I'm kind of waiting for that to finish before I start to publish this. I don't think it's a good idea to put this out there before, out while I'm entering it in a competition. Um, but yeah, that's that's sort of where I'm at right now. I don't really hope to win the competition. It's just that the real prize there is all the participants get real feedback from real editors that have been working in the industry for a very long time, and that's what really what I'm after. Feedback from actual mangaka and mangaka editors. I think that's the real prize. I'm sure one day you will make it big. Hey, thanks, man, girl. Um, Yeah. Well, in due time, I guess. I suppose. I'm not really looking to be big. I just want to tell a good story. And if I get famous for it or whatever, that's just a bonus to me. That's something my mind need. Yeah. Because my mind is blank when I stare into my canvas. Ah, I see. The way I go around that is I actually just write what I'm gonna draw. A good and then I visualize um what that writing is. It's not for everyone. I think it's just that technique is very niche to me because I've been told that it's not a good idea to not storyboard because I don't storyboard. The way I do storyboarding is in my head. So when I'm writing, I'm already storyboarding the panels, right? So the way I write is like, okay, panel one, low camera angle, show the sky, things like that. And I get really detailed to on my description of what panel one and panel two is, to the point that when I actually draw them, I already know what they look like because I've already sketched them in my head. That sounds really pretentious to say. It's not very a normal thing to do, but it speeds up the process because I now I can just skip the storyboarding. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it's not a good thing to do that. That's just me though. It's been hard because I live so many lives as a full-time student, VTuber, artist, part-time YouTuber, webtoon artist, mangaka. Oh yeah, well just take it slow, man. One at a time, yeah. For me, I'm just a mangaka. That's it. I don't even know if you can call me a mangaka. Because I haven't published anything. I just draw manga for other people. That's my full-time job. I draw manga for other people. And that's it. That's all I do. All day, every day. For the past, say, 5 years now? 3, 4, 5 years. Something like that. I don't remember when I started. There's something off. I'm gonna flip the drawing, yeah? It's okay. I'm gonna draw the eyes at the very end. Where's my sketch? So she's supposed to be holding a entire head here. I'm gonna draw the head on a separate layer. I'm gonna turn that off so it doesn't disturb me. And let's resketch just a little bit from the thing that we've already sketched. The head. This guy is wearing a mask. It's a very gruesome scene. Life hurts. Definitely does. But you know what? Um, just gonna go through it, man. Life does hurt, but sometimes the best joys in life only comes after great hurt. After great relief, after hard work. When you're working out, and it's really hard to work out. So, but once you see the result, the elation, the happiness that you feel is really nice, right? So again, the greatest joys only comes after great sufferings. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know to do my webtoon or manga anymore. Just do it. If that's what you really want, that shouldn't be a question. The fact that you're asking that probably means you're not really ready. For me, this story I've rewritten and redrawn it several times, probably more than twice already. But because I really want to do this. I keep coming back. Enough to sketch. I think the eyes are too separate, right? Too far apart. Funny enough, with my VTuber model, it's a boy who had one strand of hair looks depressing. Have a bow on his hair. The pink. He's wearing Japanese girl school uniform with no shoes. Nice. Do you think you could draw? Is it possible to make a VTuber model that has a massive beard? I haven't seen that. Maybe that's just me. Dali hotdog. This head is looking really wonky. I'm gonna resketch it, right? It probably is just really hard to rig, I guess. Yeah, I suppose. See, out with the beard, right? Like a Viking beard. That'd be a nice VTuber model. Good way to be different too, because a lot of VTubers are, you know, anime girls. This is mask falling down. Okay, that's a nice, well-rounded rig. Then we're gonna draw the spine, because his head is being pulled out. This is a human trafficker being killed, by the way, in the story. His head is being ripped off along with his spine. I know that's probably really impossible to do in real life, even if you had the strength. But it just stylistically it looks good. No, okay. Probably too gruesome. All right, I know it. I know the eyes looks really wonky right now, especially if I flip it. Right? I think it's because it's not really aligned. Maybe like that. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit better. I have to clean it up. I'm purposely trying to draw this head in a very dirty, very distorted way. Just because his head is being torn off, and I want to make him look just a little bit inhuman. No, I we have his tongue out. It looks ridiculous. Get a beginner to draw the hand. Get a beginner to draw the hand. What do you mean by that? Oh, for your VTuber model, you got a beginner to draw the hand. Is that what you mean? If you want it distorted, a beginner that can't draw. Oh, okay, okay, I get it. Nah, it's just a weird way to draw the head. You know, it's not really distorted. I guess it's not the right word. So he's bleeding from all of his orifice. Just he just got his head cut off, man. Everything's gonna be bleeding. This eye is too small, and the other one should be a little bit bigger. This is closer to the camera. Yeah, something like that. Okay, it will look better when I render this with all the blood and stuff. At least I hope so. We can even put the tongue out, right? It looks ridiculous, like a cartoon. All right, all right, all right. All right. Nah, let's skip that. Where's my sketch? There it is. Well, that's a really cool suggestion though. Just if you want a distorted drawing, just get a beginner to draw it. That's funny. He was wearing a mask, so this is his mask that's falling off. I'm not really sure I can draw something like this consistently. I'm not used to gore, but this is a very gory scene, right? Very gory scene. Okay, I think it's time to render him just a little bit, especially his hair. I want to have some contrast. Actually, you know what? It's not. Let's just do his mouth. So this is supposed to be blood, since we can only do black and white. Just use black as a stand-in for the blood. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna look at references and how mangakas draw blood. I think it's pretty much the same. Yeah. This black sludge thing. It does have a little bit of texture to it, from what I'm seeing right now. Let's just add that. Almost like hair. It's warming up. Right? You kind of sort of see it, like the blood. It's starting to look like blood. Whoops. Someone. Thank you. See what that looks like if you flip it. Oh yeah, that still looks good. Okay, I think I'm just gonna talk about how I do hatching lines, because somebody in my Discord actually asked that, and I think I did a really poor job talking about how to do hatching lines. And the way I told him, just take it slow, be more deliberate. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is exactly what I mean, because the way I used to do hatching lines, I used to just rush it like this. All right, but now um, I'm more deliberate, right? You know, I take it line by line like this. Just be patient and don't s- don't rush it, right? That's what I mean by being more deliberate. I think I should make a video about hatching lines. Okay, it's pretty good. I don't want to detail him too much because he's not really an important character, but it is an important scene. So I still want to at least have a little bit of detail there, but not too much, you know. So he's bleeding from all of his orifices. It's a brutal scene, right? Yeah. Let's do this, and then I need my other drawing. Oh yeah, the hands. Because his head is being held like that. Where's my sketch? There. So like this. Okay. It kind of sucks that I have to get rid of a lot of the drawing that I've already done. I really like this pose, but because of the head is getting in the way of his of her body, kind of annoying. Maybe like this, that. Yeah, there's not a way to make it so we can still see most of her hand. So I'm just gonna go with this. She is not being feral here, but she doesn't mean to kill this guy. But also at the same time, she's not really used to her own strength, so as she ends up killing him. Hey, Kaf, Kafika, Kafka, Kafka. You're from our Discord, right? Just making sure. Welcome to the stream, Kafka. I think you're from our Discord. Just trying to confirm that. Yes, and I can show you how I do hatching lines. All right, cool. So I think I demonstrated it earlier, but let me just do this again. Yeah. So the way I do hatching lines is What's a good drawing to start with? All right, let's just do this one because this one's almost finished. Hold on one moment. So the way I think about hatching lines is two folds, right? It's the shadow and also the texture of the material that you're trying to paint or draw. Since we can only use black and white, and since it's hatching lines, they're just lines, right? So I told you in the Discord that you got to be more deliberate from it, because the way I used to draw hatching lines, I usually just go like like go ham on it like this, right? Which is okay, I guess. That's your style. That's no problem. But I recently learned that you can be more deliberate with your hatching lines and take it slow. So, for example, here I'm gonna hatch the shadow part of her clothing, and I'll be more deliberate with it. Okay, so I'm taking it slow like this. It's more slower, but it has a cleaner outcome. See, and the texturing too. I don't really have a wooden. Okay, here there's a wooden texture here. Hatching lines can be used as textures too. So this is a wooden house. So if you to look at trees, they have these strands that goes up and down, right? Like wood. So let's draw up like a piece of wood here. So hatching lines, we can also follow the because your lines are now more deliberate. You can also follow the like the strands of the wood, right? So now your hatching lines is more unique. Not just hatching anymore. It's also texturing. Right? Does that make sense? And you can take it a little bit further and hatch with well, I think you already know this, right? If it's a darker hatch, for example, let me just shade this part of the roof here. Right? I'm hatching it in one way, like this. One moment, give me a sec. So I'm hatching it one way like this. And if I want that to be darker, just go the other way around. And I have a crisscross kind of pattern for hatching lines or darker shades, right? So those are the two ways I use hatching lines for. And yeah, I learned that from the author of Witch Hat Atelier. Again, I'm gonna keep talking about that series until the day I die. So obsessed with it. But yeah, just be more deliberate with it. Take your hatching line slowly. Don't rush it, and create unique patterns. Like here, I over here, right? I'm hatching as if they're cut like this to at least illustrate that like it's a ground thing. Like there are multiple bumps. Again, I'm texturing the ground, right? Or you can hatch small lines like this and stack them together. And now you have something that looks like grass, maybe. Right? So again, texturing and also shading at the same time. So this is a bush here. You can also add, okay, let's actually draw a cloud. So the way I draw a cloud, I also use hatching lines for clouds. Let's just draw a very simple, very quick cloud, right? Nothing to it. Is follow the shape of the cloud too. Because they're kind of fluffy. So you go like that. That's your hatching lines for clouds. Go makes them a little bit more fluffy. I could do a better job with this. I'm just making it, so it's faster. Right? So it's like a C curve. You got a question? Yeah, go for it, man. I'm mostly stuck on figuring out where the direction of the hatching should be. Okay, that's a very easy thing to do. So, like I said, you have to follow the flow of the material. So, for example, like let's say a big part of the shadow. Okay, so again, you have to follow the flow of the material you're trying um, to hatch. So here, the flow for this roof is going this way. I'm gonna do it with red. Okay, the flow of the roof is going either that way or that way. It's not going sideways. Okay, so my hatching lines is also going up and down, and the reason for that is because the strands of wood are going up and down. That's how they construct like roofs, for example. Does that make sense? Or for clothing, you have to follow the direction of the fold of the clothing. So you got to understand how folds work first. So for folds, they usually come from the point where they are. How do you explain this? So folds come from where they're falling, and the flow of the fold, right? So for example, that's a pin, and there's a clothing here. The fold is gonna go this direction, right? Because that's where the vanishing or the point of which the fold is being tied to. It's gonna go this direction. Okay, so now your hatching lines is going that direction too. So you're hatching like this. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna do it again in this girl's clothing. Since this belt here is tying up her kimono here, and it's gonna create some sort of folds somewhere around here, right? So again, that's how you that's where your hatching lines, the direction is for hatching lines, like that. And same here. See, this is a strap. So if you imagine, if you take a piece of cloth and you put it around your waist, how would the fold of the clothing go? You can actually try and do it right now and see what it looks like. And it's gonna go this way and that way. So and that's how you hatch, right? That's you hatch with here. And same here. The clothes is gonna fall because of gravity. It's gonna fall this way and that way, or up and down. So your hatching lines now go up and down, right? And also bear in mind that there are folds that goes like this too, like the letter C, especially around tighter clothing. Like, when you tie them up, it's gonna make that shape. Does that make sense? There are situations though where that doesn't necessarily apply. For example, here, this part here, the flow of the fold is going this way. And so I should be shading this way, but I'm shading on a slight angle this way, right? That's totally fine. Or if you're just using hatching lines to shade the entire thing, then I don't think it really matters. But if you're just using it as a texture, like how I'm showing you, then it does matter. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if that makes sense. I can explain it a bit further. Ooh, my back. Actually, I'll be right back. Just give me like a minute, okay? I'm just gonna get some drink. Oh yeah, that's stuff. I'm back. Can I send you something in the channel? You can show it to me on the Discord server. I've been trying to figure this out earlier. All right, man. Send it to me in the Discord server. Let me know when you do. Do you know who I am in Discord? I'm sorry, I don't. So I was trying to hatch on the right side. I was confused which should I hatch. Hatching start. Okay, so this is a cube, and since you're only remember what I said earlier, if you're just shading the entire part, the direction does not really matter. But how I would shade this is diagonals, right? Or it really doesn't matter as long as you hatch the entire thing. But if there's a flow, because the cube does not have a flow unless this is made out of clothing or wood, right? What is the cube made out of? First of all, right? If it's just a regular cube, like a disembodied cube, then it doesn't matter. But if it's made out of, say, metal or wood or clothing, then it does matter. So let me ask you that first. What is the material of the wood? Of the what is the material of the cube? I mean, Kafka is showing me a cube on my Discord. So if it's made out of wood, then it's gonna go up and down. If it's made out of metal, it's gonna go up and down, right? Same with clothing, it's gonna go up and down. Unless the wood is structured to be left and right, then it's gonna go left and right. Just remember the rule, okay? Whatever the material is, just follow the flow. So think of the material first before you decide what direction the hatching lines is gonna go into. Just a regular cube. Okay. Well, here I'll draw a cube. Okay. So you're trying to shade this part, right? This part. Since it's not really made of, since you don't have a material for it, then like I said earlier, it really doesn't matter. You can just shade it. I would shade it like this. Sorry, my pen is not working sometimes. So I would shade it like that. It doesn't matter if you don't have a material with it, and you're just shading the entire thing. The direction of it does not matter. You can even shade it like this, right? Let's make another cube. See, I can shade it like this too. Very rough, right? I'm not really doing a good job with this. See? But if it's made out of wood, then I have to follow where the wood is going. So if the wood is going this direction, then I'm shading this direction. Right? See how that changes the material? Anyways, if you're just shading, it doesn't matter which direction it is. Okay? Thanks, we help a lot, especially the dark parts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just shade it any way you feel like it. A lot of these are just, a lot of the rules are just really guidelines. Do you think I'm not really following, well, I am following some rules here, but some I'm not beholden to the rules. I can break the rules if I want to, as long as it's within reason. But to be able to do that, you gotta understand what the rules are first, so that you can manipulate it. This spine is not looking good. Especially the dark parts. If you want it to get darker, just add a second direction of the hatching lines, right? Does this look like a spine to you guys? I'm gonna look up a reference. I don't want to copy the spine one to one because it's really complex anyway. Ah, okay. I know what it looks like. It looks nothing like a spine then. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Staying up late was worth it. Hey, take care, man. Have a nice sleep. Meanwhile, I'm kind of struggling with this spine because I drew it wrong. So spines are kind of V-shaped, apparently. Like this. I need to double check. Yeah, they're V-shaped. Damn it. All right, let me see if I can, because I merged the layers already. Come on. All right. I'm gonna have to redraw that. They're actually really tight, right? It doesn't go all the way. Like how I drew it. All right, very gruesome, huh? Spines are weird. Yeah, it's kind of creepy to be honest with you. I find it really unsettling. In fact, I can sort of feel my spine right now. I don't think that I should get that checked up. My back is hurting, you know? I have a really good posture, by the way. I think it's at least I would like to think so. Frayed rope with bones? Yeah. Creepy, eh? And you have that in you? Is the thing that's making you move? Creepy. So that's apparently I looked up reference. That's what it looks like from the front, and it's not really a long um chain too. You know, it's kind of like a chain, right? And that's the tailbone. Okay, well, I like that. I like that way better than the first iteration. Hmm. Hold on, buffering. Hey, am I buffering? Yeah, the bit rate is not too good. I think. I think I mean, and Twitch is not really. It's not really good in Twitch. I don't know why. But on my YouTube, if you go to my YouTube, I think it's perfectly fine. Nobody's complaining there. It's really just Twitch. I don't know it's recently started doing that. Well, welcome to this chat, man. Glow Nobi something. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Um, but yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm just chat. I'm multi streaming on Twitch. Gotta get that grind in, you know. All right, I think it's about time to actually draw her eyes and her face in general. She's shocked here. She doesn't know her own strength. I think I drew the sketch here. I think I drew the eyes too far away. So we're gonna adjust that just a little bit. Oh, you're also buffering in you. Am I buffering in YouTube? Huh. Well, the thing says it's doing great. I don't know what that is. In my stream, it looks okay. Maybe I'm just lagging. Does the stream look smooth? Maybe it's my bit rate. No. Okay. Let's try that. All right, let's try that. See how that goes. I feel like this should be a massive panel, right? Because this is an awesome pose. And also let me know if I'm still buffering on YouTube. I just increased the bitrate to 6,000, which it recommended me. Doesn't seem like I'm buffering. I think you may have had a chance to make it really involve. and the whole page with the spine, it comes in a way to direct the eye. Yeah, I think so. But I'm kind of trying to save up panels because these 3 pages is a recreation of, well, not recreation. Sorry, it's a revision of my first 3 pages, just to make it simple. And I don't want it to go beyond 3 panels. 3 pages, I mean. You're buffering. What's going on with my YouTube? It says that the stream health is good. But yeah, I've been getting that complaint. Been getting complaints. I should send that to my supervisor. Go complain there. There's another panel like this though. Like where's my sketch? Oh, it's really like this panel right here where she accidentally rips it off. I like it. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the flow of the blood here. I had a reference. Like a splatter. Like this, I think. It's just the flow. It's going against the hair, which I gotta make the hair shorter then. It's fine. So I can make room for the blood to be more curved like this. Have more splatter parts. Yeah, I think that's good. We're gonna have some blood on her legs too, on her and her face, just a little bit. You know, because it's going everywhere. So it's that guy, right? Okay. All right. I think I need to take a break. This panel here, I really want to redraw her face as well as the old guy. There's something about it that I just don't like. It looks really ugly here, right? And but besides that, I think I'm really enjoying all of these panels so far. The farmlands. I'm yet to finish that. This is where they live. This is the backstory. This is a quick rundown on where she lives. How these two characters met each other. Sort of like a epilogue, a prologue. Prologue. Ooh, that was one heck of a stream. How many hours? 4 hours. Damn. I love Saturdays, hey? Because on Saturdays I get to stream quite a bit. All right, I am off. See you guys later. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you very much for everyone who watched the stream. Damn it, I'm getting tired. Anyways, I'm gonna end the stream. Otherwise, I'm just gonna blabber and make myself look like a fool. See ya.